Especially if I actually run him on a aggravate team. Anyways, off to this account. No. No. So, I did do a few things yesterday in that I did a bit of exploration. Just to get my adventure rank up. But it's fine. Also, don't know if you saw, but this was off of standard. This is the first ever AmberCon I've gotten on any account. Shocked it wasn't Elisa. Anyway. Oh. Well, that's close enough. Yeah, it was from standard. It's random. I did the 10 pull on standard. My first 10 pull on standard. So the first forcer I get off of standard is Amber. Yeah. Yeah. Look at this. Literally, what, 7 pity? Amber. I also did do a 10 pull just to see if I would get a Xiangling. I got a Lynette. So, I didn't even get any of the characters on this banner. I know. Yeah. I got her before AR-25. Like, well, that's free once you hit AR-25, but you know, it's fine, I guess.
You've got to try.
You're here. Wait, you're...
No, I didn't really pay attention to them. I haven't seen much of anything. I mean, hey, let's do a quick. It's not gonna register on stream, but I can at least. Eh. Zethos, Fischl, and Xingqiu. I'm trying to think of. I know Xingqiu's C6 on my main. Zethos is only C1, so getting more cons for him would be nice. Fischl, I don't know what her con is. But Yeah, Official would be great. Xingqiu would be great. Zethos, not so much, but yeah, Official would be great, and Xingqiu would be amazing. Even if I would have to fight Oceanid. But I'm doing no more limited banner pulls. So I'm just gonna be saving the rest of them for tonight, and then we'll maybe do. That's true. What's actually really funny is I decided with this account to just out of nowhere, fight the Animo Hypostasis with 2 Animos on the team. Though Traveler could be reduced to physical. Kaya and Amber.
Well, first of all, I contacted more than one person.
It took a long time, I'm gonna say that, but it's fine. Yeah, I'll try. Hi. Oh my god, cat wants attention.
Secondly, she came here as Jean herself, not as the acting Grandmaster. A Jean you would never see, even as an honorary knight.
What a surprise. I heard about the Holy Lyre, but I never suspected it was you. So, the sound of the Holy Lyre can purify Storm Terror and return it to normal? Is that true?
That's right. Your honorary knight is putting themselves on the front line to try and resolve this Storm Terror issue. Now that's the hotshot of the Knights of Favonius I'm talking about.
Feels like we're breaking the law, though.
Of course we're breaking the law.
I understand this kind of absurd explanation is hard to believe.
I have been thinking about that. Lolly would be great because of the shield capabilities. Because it's just purely the shield. That is true. Which is why I'm debating on getting a Nepha. Yeah. If I get a Nepha... Yeah, I'll probably go for an Nepha for this account just because Nod Cry is right around the corner. It'll be pretty good to get ahead of that for first phase. But we gotta see if I win that 50-50. Cause with my track record, every account has lost its first 50-50. I don't expect that to change.
But we can ask the bard to play the song again to try and persuade...
It will change me now. Damn. What, this is like my 6th account. So, I highly doubt it, but you know what? Maybe. Maybe a 6th time is the charm.
I believe you.
To persuade our stubborn command... Wait, what?
I can't think of any reason for Dvalin's betrayal, given it was once one of the 4 winds. However, if it was poisoned in the battle over Mondstadt all those years ago, and then corrupted by the Abyss Mage after it woke up, we can't really blame it. But as acting Grandmaster, I obviously cannot make such a statement publicly. Diplomatic pressure from the Fatui makes it hard for us to seek a peaceful resolution to the Storm Terror issue. People would think I've lost grip on the gravity of the situation. That's why I can only do this in private.
Oh, D-Luke. This is why he left the Knights.
That's one of the reasons I don't like the Knights of Favonius. What surprises me is that you would believe in Outlanders so easily.
My cautious and meticulous superior. Even you trust him, don't you, sir?
It's mostly because, at least how I see it, is she is very limited, and she recognizes how limited she is by, as the acting Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius. Like, the Knights are limited in what they can do. Because they have to follow, they're fighting the diplomats from Snezhnaya on one end. They're trying to keep the peace with the people on the other end. There's a lot more political stuff going on with the Knights. And if an underground operation can succeed in getting rid of the Dvalin crisis without causing harm to Dvalin, and, you know, killing Dvalin, then I think she would rather take that, since Dvalin is one of the Four Winds. And the Four Winds are very sacred to Mondstadt as a people. But it's mostly due to the political side of anything the Knights do is watched very for political views. That's why they have to take so many extra steps, and that's why it can take them a long time to act on a situation, which is what D-Luke does not like, and why D-Luke left the Knights in the first place. After all, you hear D-Luke say non-stop that the Knights are inefficient.
I already told you not to call me sir. Never mind. We don't often get to work together after all.
I mean, it's hard to know with Varka. I don't think he would be upset with her handling it this way, because this protects Mondstadt from the Fatui trying to take over the situation, which is what they're currently trying to do. And this, in the end, does solve the Dvalin crisis. Hard to know for sure, because we only know so much about Varka at this point. Like, obviously we'll know more about Varka when we go to Nodcry, but and meet with him. But as of right now, there's only so much we know about him. And where his principles lie in how to deal with certain situations. I personally think he would have also taken a very similar route to Jean here if he was not sent away. But you never know.
Wow. This is really awkward.
I have a rough idea of where the Holy Lyre de Himmel is.
Nice recovery. She's really talented at changing the subject.
Why are we able to hear Fentu's thoughts?
The conflict between Mondstadt and Snezhnaya stems
This
from
is
the
something
conflict
about the
between
beginning of the
seven
game. Like,
nations and their
we can
respective
hear
gods.
certain people's, like, thoughts in the bracket system. Like, you would almost feel like we shouldn't be able to hear that, but... And we stop after a certain point.
The cryo gods Fatui seem to be after the Animo god's power.
So are they going to take over the defense of Mondstadt?
Right. If the Knights of Favonius publicly prevented an attempt on Dvalin's head, the only other way to affect the Animo god's power is to take the Holy Lyre.
The number of Fatui that have come to Mondstadt is far from limited. I've already managed to coerce a few reports out of them.
Diluc has determined that the Holy Lyre is not being held in the Goth Grand Hotel. I imagine they don't want to leave something stolen in a place where it could be so easily found.
Paimon gets it. If too much of a scene gets made, then it becomes a big diplomatic issue.
Such is the diplomacy between the seven nations.
I live for Diluc's attitude towards politics.
Outlander, ready to go?
Let's go. Hey, look,
Jean just said the Fatui are
AR-17.
trying to... I fear this might fall short of their true intentions. I think they intend to use Barbados' connection to the wind to draw him out. Just like Lisa traced the source of the storm to the temples.
The god of Animo? Hasn't been seen for more than 1,000 years. What makes you think that's their intention?
Oh...
Come on, Venti.
Huh? Forget it. I don't like having to pry. Here, take this.
What is it?
A disguise to protect your identity.
Ah,
Put it on
yes,
before you
our
run into the
mask.
Fatui. Unfortunately, there's still one of Mondstadt's allies. At least that's the facade we're maintaining. Our actions are going to get them stirred up. Better to not implicate yourself on a personal level.
I just love the fact that our disguise, our mask, is literally that of just a little black mask over our eyes. No actual disguise. And somehow the Fatui never recognize us. Yeah, 10th Harbinger foreshadowing.
Don't get frostbite.
Let me just go in here.
No, no, no! Don't eat me! You're human?
Also, let's talk about the fact that this man's sword is wood. Oh, I love it. And sword is not. It's literally made out of wood.
The entire floor's defenses have been broken. I thought it was the Abyss Order attacking.
Honestly. We have come for the holy liar de Himmel.
How did you guys know the liar's here?
You know.
The place it's being kept is locked up tight. If you're after the key, keep going further into the ruins, but don't come after me.
This guy is so scared and for no reason.
I don't know which one of the guards has it, but I'm sure you can find the guards and find out for yourselves.
This guy looks like he's about to wet himself.
You just worry about yourselves.
So if we run out of, like, what happens more often than not is we'll run out of grande cups, which is medium. So we'll put it in a venti, but with a grande amount. Because, on cold cups, there is a clear marking, for where the size under is on the cup, but for hot, it is more of a your best guess, or you could actually measure it using a it's not really a pitcher, something that looks like our normal shakers, because you can make personal cup hot drinks for mobile orders, so people who haven't showed up with their mobile order but ordered in personal cup, and you can make it in this, and then you just pour it in. And there are measurements on it for hot, cold, and because venti is slightly different in both hot and cold. So that's how you can know how much you're actually giving a person. I just hedge my best guess. If they get a little more than what they're paying for, I don't care. It's not that much of a loss because I steamed that much milk regardless. Supply item, we don't really run out of many things. If it's something that's seasonal, yes, towards the end of the season we run out of it, and then we have to, but we don't really run out of many things. I'm trying to think, if anything, we'll run out of Earl Grey tea for London fogs, or like the freeze-dried strawberry inclusions. Because everyone loves those and loves to put them in other things. Or get extra, which now there's a charge if you get for each scoop extra that you get. Hi. What do you want?
One of the 11 is already in Mondstadt. Signora, when she gets her hands on you, she's gonna string you up and torture you. When that time comes, don't you dare say a word about me.
And this is our first mention of Signora. From the scared little Fatus.
Did he say Senora? What a strange name.
Number 8 of the 11 goes by the name Senora.
I know,
The fact that the
something's
Fatui can
going
run amok across the 7 nations like they do is entirely because of the 11. We need to act quickly before she gets wind of what's going on.
Oh, she's not that threatening to you, Luke. No, we're gonna go over here first.
What's the hurry?
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Give up. No one's coming to rescue.
Did you already beat all the other guards?
What? I'm not scared of you. A debt collector will come to my aid.
An agent will come to my aid, and yet the voice line says a debt collector. Interesting. Oh, I dealt with them already.
Fine. Not like I have a choice anyway. All right. You're free to go. But I don't have the key, unfortunately. You'll have to ask the next guard you come across.
He says the key isn't here. Shall we try another room?
Yeah. Why are they keeping a Minotaur in here?
What's the hurry? Freeze!
Animo test 6308. Huh. Seems like we've turned this room inside out, but no key. Time to move on to another room.
I think Signora was definitely very fan servicey and highly sexualized with her design. After all, when you look at when we enter when we defeat Signora and Inazuma, like, I can tell you where a lot of eyes stray.
Never heard of that association before. What are you lot doing here? That lie's way too obvious. You really haven't got anything better? And just how do you plan to borrow it?
They really had to do that twice.
Okay, sounds like a plan. All right, you're free to go. But I don't have the key, unfortunately. You'll have to...
He says the key isn't here. Shall we try another room? There's one room left that we haven't tried. Surely the key must be in there.
Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting they killed her off really early, but yeah. Genshin was likely supposed to be a whole of a heck a lot darker, and so like there was probably gonna be like more character deaths like they have in all of their other games, but because of how people behave and how no one likes things to be too difficult because they complain about it, it's we never really got to see the truly darker stuff. Fontaine is where they're, I mean, Sumeru and Fontaine, they look pretty, but if you just strip off all of the like glamour that's all over them and just look at the base storyline, they are pretty dark. Fontaine literally starts out with a murder trial. And Nahida's imprisoned by her own people. Yeah, there is a likely chance that they meant to introduce another higher higher ranked Fatui Harbinger as our next arch nemesis. Which you could kind of see a little bit that they did with Scaramouche in Sumeru. But then he went and got a little bit of a redemption arc. And now we're dealing with essentially we're seeing less hostile Fatui Harbingers. Sort of less hostile. Though Dottore is a whole thing entirely.
I just need a moment to quickly take down some notes.
Honestly, one thing that I saw a short earlier today of someone being like, we're missing non-cry characters. Here's who might be playable. And the first one was Dottore, and the second was Capitano, and I was like, Dottore, highly unlikely. Capitano, if they do, I am going to be very upset. Yeah, it is very possible because her and Child had such a close overlap. They wanted us to have like a more constant like frenemy rival that has like no actual hatred towards us, whereas Signora obviously has hated us from pretty much the beginning for just even associating with Venti. Because she has it out for Venti.
Where did you rats scurry out from? Signora's not going to tolerate this kind of interference in our affairs. So I'll be the one to take care of you. Save her the trouble of having to deal with you herself.
Stand clear.
Cool it!
Hey, go, go!
Damn it. Let me charge up my attack.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Windblade.
Can't run from death. What's the hurry?
There's the Holy Liar.
Finally, the liar is back in safe hands. Where did that guy go, though? He was here a second ago.
Signora is going to end you. The songs bards sing of your demise will be so terrifying. The people of Mondstadt will never sleep again for the nightmares they give them.
Is it just me? Does he this low key sound like Zhang Li speaking? like what's this?
Signora is going to end you. The songs bards sing of your demise will be so terrifying. The people of Mondstadt will never sleep again for the nightmares they give them.
Yeah, that is Zhang Li. He had a part-time job. Yeah, yeah, just a little bit of a part-time job to. He's moralist, so he's got to pay the bills somehow.
Big talk for a guy who still ran off in the end. Chicken.
And now we go back to the tavern.
Welcome back. This is the Holy Lyre. You managed to retrieve it. The pattern of flowing wind carved on the rosewood, and the strings still feel cool to the touch, too. The memories.
The memories, huh, Benji? This was like your weapon in that Light in the Abyss. Because you don't see him wielding a bow in the Light in the Abyss animation. You just see him wielding this lyre.
What do you think, Venti? Can you summon Dvalin?
Although this lyre is the real thing, I doubt that it's going to work. As you can see, the lyre has been through 1,000 years of history. Its animal power has run dry. In this condition, you couldn't play music fit for even Diluc's tavern with it.
Bards fight to get on the stage of my tavern. Don't make assumptions.
Is that really important right now, Master Diluc? And you! Did you just borrow the Holy Lyre to play music for drunkards to hear? What do you mean?
Anyway, we won't be able to call Dvalin with it. The lyre itself is fine, but the strings... You're up, Outlander.
I don't know how to fix instruments.
Relax, it's not broken. It's just that the intensity of its animal power has greatly diminished. Do you still have Dvalin's teardrop crystal with you? Great! Try to use it on the Holy Lyre.
Let me give it a try.
It worked as expected.
This youthful glow.
I don't think that's something you should say about an instrument. Alright, I'll wait. I'll wait for the ads to be done. We're waiting. Hey. Oh. Eh. Oh. Kid's getting her tail and things. Jesus. Why? Are you back? 20 years later. Don't worry, I stopped. But I don't think June should be saying this youthful glow about an instrument. Just saying. That's not something you say about an instrument. I don't care how holy the instrument is. Like that is strange phrasing. Hang on.
Yourself? Really?
I was talking about the Holy Lyre.
Thanks to our traveler friend having purified the crystal, the Holy Lyre won't continue to lose power. That said, its power is far from replenished. It'd be great if we could get more tears.
Right, how do we do that?
I can surmise that Dvalin will already be crying.
No, I think this should be Act 2.
Suffering alone and
Poor baby.
This is not
Dvalin
something
is
that
a
an
baby.
honorary knight can accomplish alone. I will mobilize the rest of the knights to assist. When you get the teardrop crystal, please let our honorary knight perform the purification process.
Leave it to
just
me.
supporting each other and setting out on a journey together. How exciting! Let me come up with a song for you.
Is that all you're going to do? Just sing?
Wouldn't be much of a bard if I didn't, now would I?
You're so cheeky. You deserve an ugly nickname. Oh, Paimon knows. From now on, you'll be known as Tone Deaf Bard.
Yes.
This search reminds me
State
of
the
a feud
Holy
I
Lyre
once-
de Himmel. Yeah, we're in Act 2. For Tomorrow Without Tears.
6 months ago, a thief stole treasure from the East Temple of the Four Winds.
Whoa, what was it? A cup used by Barbados?
Hang on.
No. Although if such a thing existed, it would be very valuable. Among all the relics they managed to dig up, one particular object was very rare. It was a vial which contained the Animo god's breath.
Relics come in every shape and form, huh?
Anyone with an eye for fine art would like to add this relic to their collection. Once word got out, the Fatui started trying to seek it out as well. They've made tons of counterfeits that can be found everywhere. In response, I just bought every one I could find, irrespective of its authenticity. We're still at it now. I've bought more than 2,000 fakes to date, and the Fatui are yet to find the real one.
Whoa, you guys are insane. So it means the real one must be out there somewhere on the black market, right? Paimon will give you a discount on them if she finds any, because Paimon's just great like that.
Sure, you can try to find the real one. I'll take what you find, even if they're fake. Once you're done, find me at the winery. I'll trade you a beer for every 20 you find.
Well, Diluc mentioned the Temple of the East. The temple that's supposed to be like right here. And what happened 6 months ago? He mentioned it. And what was taken was a vial of the god of Animo's breath. Which interested the Fatui for some reason.
What's the hurry?
Hmm. will say rated. What? I'm not clicked in the game. I'm too busy writing down about the Temple of the East.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
Kaya, hush. This interests me. No black market. All the time.
I didn't know you were such a slacker. Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
Yeah, I can see where the translation error happened in that then. Because in English, youthful glow is not what you would use for an instrument. But translation errors happen all the time.
Seems all the other knights already have their hands full.
I finally finished typing out this entire paragraph of a note of literally of just the Temple of the East. 6 months prior to the start of the game, the Temple of the East was raided, and a vial of the animal god's breath was taken. This interested the Fatui, and now black market visions are sold all the time, with Diluc buying up the supply, no matter the cost. The question is, why did this interest the Fatui so much so that they were willing to push their diplomatic relations to their limit to try and get their hands on some of the animal god's power? Because it is interesting that they are like after the power of Barbados, it would seem. What is this bugging me for? Alright, time to fight this thing for the second time, because I already fought it for that chest that it gives.
Freeze!
Get him! vision test. No one escapes my sights.
This moment will be frozen in time. Dodged.
Enhanced animal. Stand clear.
Oh, let me get
I'll race you
stuck.
there. That's cheating.
What's the hurry?
Guilt. Yeah, they still have an elemental authority without it. The Gnosis is to connect them to Celestia, and I did actually see a video, I think earlier today, about how the visions in Nodcry will be quite different from the ones we have for the other nations, because Nodcry is kind of like separate from the other 7. However, the interesting thing that was mentioned, and I believe it was a Minsliff video that mentioned this.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
Shut up, Kaya. Anyways, is that the Archons are given the authority, but they do leave a portion of their power on the Divine Throne that then Celestia divvies out to Allogenes to grant visions. So the Archons have no control over who gets a vision or whatever, except now Nuvalet does. But yeah, so it's entirely possible that through the Gnosis, that's how they access like any full power that they would need, because a part of their power is connected to the Divine Throne, and once you get rid of the Gnosis, you lose that connection to the Divine Throne.
Fascinating.
Paimon didn't think we'd find the volunteers in a place like this.
But like, you don't need the connection to the Divine Throne to be an Archon, essentially, as well. It's just that connection allows them to do other things. Like for Zhongli, it allows him to make Mora. It allows him to keep the Mora mint going. For Venti, I don't even know what it would do for him. I don't know what it does for Raiden either. For Nahida, it allowed the Akasha to run.
As knights, we are taught to hone our investigative skills.
Yeah. Zhongli casually broke the economy, and it's never mentioned again. Which is interesting, because, like, you gotta think about how that's gonna affect the economy, and, like, nothing is ever said about it, ever.
Wow, very impressive.
In my experience, the secret to finding what you are looking for is to never look for it in the first place. Don't think too much about it, and don't search too hard. And before you know it, what you're looking for will appear right before your very eyes.
What?
Don't worry about it too much. The more flustered you become, the less likely you are to find it. Pay attention to what you see in your peripheral vision, and you might just stumble upon what you're looking for.
I don't know. It doesn't sound like that would work.
No, seriously, it does though. In fact, it's how I used to find my tortoise whenever he went missing.
Wait, you had a pet tortoise?
Yes, why? Something wrong, Paimon?
No, it's, well, just surprising is all.
Why?
Paimon can't imagine Jean having a pet tortoise. Surely you find it hard to imagine too, Master Diluc.
No, I don't. I had one too when I was a kid. What's so strange about it?
What? You too?
Seems the
Catch the
common pet in Mondstadt is a tortoise. Anyways, well, the thing is, the mint in the Golden House cannot be started up again without Zhongli. Go away. But yeah, the Fatui do have a lot of money. However, over time, I think Zhongli did say something about how he expects. He thinks that it'll be fine and resolve itself.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
Obviously, we'll have to check that again, but
Quite the find.
probably, essentially, likely, yes, that is all he says.
A reward on the road.
Which, in and of itself, is problematic. The complete nonchalance. Why do people want in? You know what? Fine. What do you want? Hello. Considering they're asking me if I need help. No, they're AR-45. Not really. I don't really need help at the moment. I'm just trying to overanalyze quests.
Is this an answer from this world?
You gonna leave now? Probably. the, the immediate wanna fight bosses or domains? I love the duality of Genshin players. The thing is, they're AR-45. They definitely have plenty to do in their world. This is still. Well, at least you're here, I see, to join in on the lore conversations. Because otherwise I'd be talking to the wind. Look, I am not really caring to... Yeah. I don't really need these as of yet. Still need to level these characters up, which I don't have the things for. Yeah. Nah. Of course I don't trust my luck. What do you mean? They just said, I don't need anything. Okay, bye. I just don't get. I don't get people.
Animal test 6308.
Oh, their map is definitely not 100%, considering their AR-45. And you get to AR-45 before you can even 100% your map. Do I know this because I... Yeah, they were hoping for combat. Meanwhile, I'm just here, doing a quest. Now I'm locked out of co-op anyways.
Go, go, Baron Bunny! Let it rain!
Oh, so sorry.
Prepare to be blown away.
You go away.
Windblade. Animal hypostasis and you.
Damn it.
Freeze.
Hi. Why are you backing up?
Dodge this.
Don't do that.
Get him!
Freeze.
Stand clear. Ha!
Yeah, most Genshin players hope for like combat and co-op, and I'm like, it's not that exciting. Like, why? What do you mean? How did I get sidetracked?
Be gone.
Oh, there's no chest up here. Oh no, I wasn't going over there to do that. I'm doing the Archon quest. Technically prologue quest, but this is where the Archon quest is.
A reward on the road.
Because it's over there. It's that precious chest. However, this does lead to the Animo Shield thing. But Dvalin's tear is in this precious chest over here.
Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
I know things. I know where things are. The other one's over at this domain that I haven't been to yet. Look, it's better to get sidetracked a little bit than not at all. And then you have to find everything when you've already done all the quests instead of unlocking things as you go along.
No, it's raining. My uniform will get all wet.
Alright. Here's our Eye of the Storm.
Bet you can't get him.
Dodge this. Don't get frostbite. Cool it.
No one escapes my sights. I'll race you.
Dodge this.
Thank you. When you get nothing for defeating those. You don't really need Electro in here, I think. I hope.
Cool it. Freeze.
This is a bad
Enhanced
idea.
Animo Module 75.
So we're not gonna do it. There we go.
I'll never surrender. Prepare to be blown away. Windblade.
Dodge this.
There's a chest over here. I low-key miss story domains like this. Yeah, it did stop after Sumeru. Shit.
Catch the wind.
Buddy. Kaya slides too much, I think. Yeah. People probably disliked it because they care more about combat. But like, I feel like people are forgetting that this is like an RPG game.
I'll race you there. Absorption test.
Cool it.
Windblade.
Which just means it's gonna be heavy in story. Like, yes, it's gacha, but there's the element of RPG.
Animo test 6308.
Freeze.
Thank you.
Dodge this.
Absorption test.
And there's our next teardrop.
We're done gathering. That was hard.
Paimon. You did nothing.
It's too early to relax. We're still not done with Storm Terror. Besides, the Fatui could also be planning something.
Hey, Diluc. I heard that the Fatui have recently proclaimed you persona non grata.
What an honor. Nobody was ever proclaimed persona grata by the Fatui anyway.
The Fatui? The diplomatic delegation from Sneznaya? What have they got against Master Diluc?
The Fatui are a problem not only for the Knights, they also present a real threat to the whole of Mondstadt. And when it comes to threats against Mondstadt, Diluc is...
That's enough, Jean. You Knights are subject to too many restrictions. You can't directly confront this so-called diplomatic scum. Personally, I despise them. If I were to choose between eating a cryo slime alive or joining the Fatui, I'd prefer to be crushed to death by a meteorite.
Jeez, your wording is so very dramatic.
Despite how he is a Claymore, I do like Diluc's character a lot. I'm gonna say that. I mean, I get why she doesn't, because diplomacy is a very messy thing. I'm just gonna go get this waypoint. It's hard to do things when your hands are tied with the diplomacies that you have to keep in line.
No escape. Hey, go, bear.
Freeze.
And it's why the knights are extremely inefficient. Because there's a lot of rules when you're dealing with diplomatics.
A reward on the road.
It's not as simple a fix as one might think. Alright. Now we go to Dawn Winery. Might as well heal. Alright, there's an Oculus at the top of Dawn Winery. How many oculi do I have at the moment? I have one of the, like, 11 that I need for the next... I'm gonna take that book. The next...
A reward on the road.
level for the statue. Am I able to climb here? I don't think so. No. Okay. It's probably somewhere over here. Where the climbing is actually allowed. Yeah, I'll be with you guys in a moment. Let me get sidetracked by an Oculus. Yeah, there. Just that much closer.
Woohoo! Dvalin Protection Squad, assemble!
Let's put our crystals together. Oh. The color of these crystals looks muddy.
Why would it be muddy?
Dvalin, you're going through so much pain. Let's start purifying these crystals first. Please, traveler.
It is hard to believe such a thing is possible until you've seen it with your own eyes.
Also, I love how long they went from our... without ever talking about our purification power. It went from Mondstadt all the way to Natlan. Everywhere in between, nothing.
Interesting. It's like filtering wine. The process is refreshing.
They could have forgotten about it. I mean, at the same time, like, where would our purification power have come in handy from here until Natlan? I mean, technically the withering is a sign of abyssal corruption. So we probably could have used our purification abilities against the withering in Sumeru. Yeah, the chasm as well. Inazuma doesn't really have a spot where we could have used it, though. Neither does Fontaine.
I think we should have enough tears now. So next we... use the crystals on the Holy Lyre like last time.
We give it a shot.
It worked!
It seems completely different from before.
The Liar's animo power seems fully restored. We should be able to use it now. It's all thanks to you.
Now, where should we summon Storm Terror? It must be away from the city, else there will be casualties should we fail. Perhaps here at the winery?
If the winery was destroyed, it's not something I couldn't eventually fix. But I'd still rather not go through the hassle.
She sounds so put out by that. Like, she looks so put out by that. It's his home.
The wind that blows at sea or in high places should be able to carry a bard's words far away. It's never going to work if the air is too dry or suffocating.
Paimon understands. Sea or high places, right? Then the best location to play the lyre would be...
A cliff.
If you go east from Starfell Lake, there are mountains south of the beach.
Oh, you mean that beach you were snoring away on and Paimon had to wake you?
If you head to where the cliff juts out, that place is known as Star Snatch Cliff. What do you think, Bard? Meets the requirements, no?
Let me think. Star Snatch Cliff. All right, let's do it there.
Very well. Then let's meet at Star Snatch Cliff when we're ready. Please don't be late.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. I didn't mean to...
Yeah. Now we go to Star Snatch. The place that likely was not so much the flat incline that it is today at some point, and could be hiding a secret. Come on. Let's go. Up we go.
Everyone is finally here.
What a view.
Lovely for a fated reunion, isn't it? Well, we must be prepared for a fight.
Regardless of the outcome, things finally seem to be taking a turn for the better. Mondstadt has really been going through so much recently.
Huh. In the end, the solution to our problem was as simple as a traveler in a song. I suppose the Knights of Favonius may have played a part in it too.
D-Luke is so begrudging in acknowledging any part that the Knights have played.
Oh, we get it, Master D-Luke. Everyone, please step aside. I, the best wandering bard of the mortal world, shall begin my performance with the Holy Lyre.
Who is also just so happens to be the Animal Archon.
What has been done cannot be undone.
Then why do I see sadness in your eyes? Sadness that speaks of your yearning for this song.
They are communicating. Huh?
No, don't get bored.
Do not be fooled by him, dear dragon. He left you to rot alone. Now he attempts to deceive you the dragon to serve its true master. While you beware your pathetic selves, watch the world tremble with fear.
Dvalin.
Venti, please, be careful.
You've known my true identity for some time now, haven't you, Jean?
That's also another good point, to why Jean would help this underground, operation. She likely had a hunch about Venti being Barbados.
Though, I thank you for continuing to use the name Venti.
How's the Holy Lyre? Can it still be played, or does it need to be repaired?
Unfortunately, I think it's beyond repair.
Valen is in a lot of danger.
No. We should make that Abyss Mage pay first.
Diluc.
If we don't fight the evil at its source, then we can't save Dvalin at all.
In which case, I shall call upon Outrider Amber to track it down.
No need.
Why is that?
I eradicated one not long ago, in one of the Four Winds temples.
Oh, right, yeah. Never mind. I was gonna be like, which Four Winds temple? Should I know? No, it's the one we helped Kai in.
What? When?
If you want to track those monsters down, then I'll seek answers from my contacts. I've
Briefly
got other
forgot
means for
about
getting
that.
the job done.
Diluc. Though he dislikes the Knights of Favonius, he protects Mondstadt in his own way.
Oh? Why does our little Paimon sound so doting all of a sudden?
Wait for my word. I'll be sure to let the Abyss Order know that their blatant disregard for Mondstadt will not go unpunished.
Oh, there's her brother. There's her twin.
Your Highness, your humble servant returns. When your homeland returns to this world, we shall revel in its glory.
And there's our first sighting of our twin. Yeah, the Abyss Order had a plan for Dvalin from the start. And now that I'm thinking about what happened 6 months ago, prior to the start of the game, it is stated at some point it had something to do with the Loom of Fate, I think. We do find out a little bit in the Dane quest
Keep this close.
titled Loom of Fate. I'm gonna just write it down just so I can reference it later when we get to that point. The Abyss Order. Because remember, in that quest where we first learn about Loom of Fate, they were also going off after Andreas Boreas or Lupus Boreas or whatever you wish to call him because he has too many names. The wolf. So I just forget what exactly it was. But I think it was concerning the Loom of Fate in some capacity. Let's go back to the winery. Oh look, there's that quest that leads you into Liyue. I'm not ready for Liyue yet. Not happening. What do you mean, Flutter?
The Abyss Order. Enemies of the human race. Even the underground networks rarely come across any information on them. With that said, it was a bit of a hassle, but I managed to dig up a few clues.
Really? That quickly? You really are well connected, Master D. Luke.
Oh yeah, I made a new account. Been doing a lot of things regarding this new account as well, because with it we're gonna bring this into frame real quick. Is a lot of notes. We're doing a little investigations. Yeah, there's lots of notes here. Lots of things to look at. Let's put that back over there.
Come to think of it, Mr. Big Animo God Barbados.
Beautiful.
Why exactly do you need the help of mere humans?
How do I put it? The Seven, as people now know them, were once known as the Seven Archons. Each Archon presides over their own part of Tevat. That is the role the Archons play. Only in performing this duty can we attain power. But I don't like the idea of ruling Mondstadt, and I don't feel Mondstadt would really like it either.
Okay, Venti says only in performing this duty can we attain power. But we know from Nihida that their power comes from the belief in their people. So I feel like this is from the belief of their people. So I feel like this is just a diversion. Yeah, I can't lean on Venti. Well, another thing to write for the notes is a nice little quote. Only in performing NT. From the belief of their people. A diversion. Ba, ba. Help the crisis and get stronger and more experienced from mix of yeah, sure, that makes sense. I'll reword it later if I have to.
Go forth and establish a city of freedom without rule. We have not forgotten Barbados' wish for Mondstadt.
Jean, you're such a devotee. Maybe someone got a little too free and is just too lazy to care.
However it may have come to be, I haven't been back to Mondstadt for an extended period of time. Without a doubt, I am now the weakest Archon among the 7.
There's that line. If sus line not to be believed if it is the belief of the people that gives them their power. Yeah. I'll put a note for that line. And yet you sound almost proud.
Aw, you flatter me.
Yeah. Yeah, I wrote a note down for only in performing this duty we can attain power. Regarding Nahita's line later, as well as the without a doubt I am now the weakest Archon among the 7. And it's just like sus line, not to be believed if it is the belief their people have in them that gives them their power. Because he has like this huge, he has a statue and a church. Statue and a church dedicated to him. More notes.
Oh, such a humble god. Is it a blessing or a curse? But we digress. Let's get back to the topic at hand. The common enemy of all mankind. We have tracked the Abyss Mage to the vicinity of the winery.
I cannot stress enough how important it is to not let it escape.
That's hunted down. Now we're in Act 3. After several hours of analyzation. Pretty sure I've taken the longest to get through the prologue. This quest is Song of the Dragon and Freedom.
Dodge this!
You're gonna be a nuisance in the rain, so go away.
Absorption test. Animal hypostasis emulate.
Oh, so sorry. Cool it.
Windblade. Huh? What's this? After the Abyss Mage was defeated, a certain energy dispersed from its body. It seems that energy was being used to cut off the connection between me and Dvalin. Huh. Do you know if Storm Terror's
I love how that voice line cuts off. Even now. It's even so long after this has been out. You just hear Storm Terror's le. Not layer. Just le.
Of course. I believe the people of Mondstadt all know of it. After Dvalin woke up, he took the ancient ruins as his lair. As it was with the storms that previously cut Mondstadt off from the outside world, the entrance to the ruins is also sealed by a special barrier. But now, as the energy dispersed from the Abyss Mage, I was able to read the rhythmic flow of how the barrier's magic was woven. I must admit, it sounds even more horrendous than a chorus of hilly churls. But it should be enough to let us break through the storm barrier and reach Storm Terror's lair.
Which means we're going to confront Dvalin? I'm fine with that. Jean is the one who wishes to avoid any direct confrontation.
No. When there are no other options left, it is my responsibility to alter our course of action. If slaying him is our only choice, I will gladly become the knight that leads the charge.
Fortunately, we have yet to need to go that far.
By that, you mean...
I mean that the Holy Liar is not our trump card. Our real trump card? The Traveler, of course.
And why would I be the trump card? That's suspicious. Could there be a double meaning behind it? Alright.
The Traveler?
Is it because I can fight?
Well, you could say that. You're definitely a force to be reckoned with. But you have a much more precious forte. The impurities in the tears and the curse that binds Dvalin belong to the same maleficent power. Which means...
You tone-deaf bard! Don't you see how crazy this is? You've seen what Dvalin is like when he's ticked off. She'll be swallowed whole before she even gets to lift a finger.
Aren't we just talking about how I can fight?
Hey, nice plan. Worth a shot.
I am with you, Honorary Knight.
Oh, so we just need to fight monsters from the abyss and a dragon. No pressure or anything.
Humans aren't without their strengths. Let's go.
And so, epic actions of brave heroes finally leads to this 11th hour.
Alright. Off we go. Into Storm Terror's lair. Let's get sidetracked as we always do.
Animal test 6308. Windblade.
Is this an answer from this world?
Glad to see I'm this far, not struggling with anything, considering I have not leveled up any artifacts and still have some 1-stars on characters. Despite the AR-18 now.
I'll keep this close.
Be gone.
No, is this where there's a hole in the... No, okay.
Absorption test.
Freeze!
Gotta love how crappy Baron Bunny is. At this point, Amber's only uses her charge shot because she shoots 2 arrows with her C1.
It's a storm barrier. It looks so dangerous.
Leave it to me. Although this wooden lyre is all I have, I don't need the lyre to break through this kind of storm barrier. Wait, what is that?
Enemy attack! Prepare yourselves!
The stage will need to be cleared before I can begin my performance. Generally speaking, such chores are not the concerns of the performer himself.
Wait, what's going on? There shouldn't be any hilly trail camps in the vicinity of Storm Terror's lair.
It's fine. Easy enough to deal with.
The hilly trolls usually do not venture into areas with high elemental concentrations. It
However,
puts a heavy burden on their bodies.
The Abyss Order must be manipulating them behind the scenes, yet they shouldn't have been able to determine that we would come. They're presumably spreading their forces to halt our plans.
Without further ado, I suppose I can play faster if my only audience is the wind.
It actually opened. You're not entirely useless, Tone Deaf Bard.
This is it. We are now entering Storm Terror's lair. Watch yourselves. Let's move.
Finally. Made it into here. Oh, hi, you're a problem. Hello? Come on. Stop hopping away. And up, please.
I'll keep this close.
Looks like this is the front gate to Storm Terror's lair. The gate is enormous compared to us. But still, Paimon wonders how Dvalin gets in there with a body that huge.
He doesn't walk in. He flies in.
Oh. You do have a point.
How does Paimon overlook that? That's my question. Yeah, she flies, so how does she overlook the fact that Dvalin would just be able to fly over this gate? Like, she could even do that if she wasn't so tiny. That she could actually fit through the gate.
It's stuck.
It's stuck.
Oh, Venti.
Hey, check out that roof. Is there a giant hole in it?
I suppose we could make use of that wind current.
Let's make a detour then. Heading up.
Let's make a detour then. Heading up.
Why is Venti repeating her lines, though? Like, he didn't start really mocking her until this moment.
Do you think there will be abyss mages hiding in the ruins? Either way, if we do run into one, we will let the victorious Master Diluc do the...
Do not underestimate them just because I have beaten one of them before. I'm not boasting.
What?
I'm simply saying there is more to the Abyss Order than a few mages.
Correct. That's why I tagged along after all. Well, that and also for your safety. Why am I so diligent? Too diligent for a poet, in fact.
So says the person that made zero effort to search for the dragon tears and drink in the tavern all day. Paimon doesn't get it. What part of you is remotely diligent?
Yeah, for our safety after he said earlier that he was weak. Hi. Oh my goodness. Child. Yeah. Okay. Gonna write a few things down. And Venti. The architecture of Storm Terror's lair. Like when we were fighting Asmodee. It looks similar to Celestia. There to provide extra protection. Says give me a sec. Hey, I'm gonna put you back down on the floor. Thank you. Alright, now that I'm done writing those notes. I mean, I wouldn't say so. Personally. Not so much to Celestia. There's definitely familiarity to it to later's sites in game. I'm just trying to hang on.
Is this an answer from this world?
Okay, let's go over around. So the thing is, the thing about Storm Terror's lair, is this is just old Mondstadt. And so there's just a lot of designs regarding like Mondstadt lore. Like those little filigrees that are on the edge of everything. I wouldn't say it's reminiscent of Celestia. Hang on, if I go back to the video to where we actually started making this account, where I examined this a lot more closely. Yeah, there's the video, new account creation. Okay, this has a. I mean, I can. Yeah, the tall pillars, I can see where you're getting it from, but I just don't see it as much. Like, hang on, I'm gonna get this showing on screen. Okay, so I get it with like the tall pillars and like this very Roman-esque design here with the grooves in the pillars, but and maybe with all of these like walkways clearly, but I wouldn't count that so much. And like we do see a bunch of Celestia at the start of the game when you first log in. Because when you first log in, you see this. Now, I wouldn't say this is very reminiscent of Storm Terror's Lair, even like a dull version. But I can see where your thought process was. I just don't think it's so similar that you can connect the two. Look, I have very specific mannerisms. You don't need to call it out. I have very specific mannerisms and apparently positions I hold my hand. Plus I rest my elbow on the desk so that it's easier to make these hand gestures. Also, I tend to do that whenever I'm trying to explain my thoughts. My left hand is very motion-esque, whereas my right is not as motion. I mean, well, the thing is, Storm Terror's Lair is Old Mondstadt. And Dvalin just went after he woke up. Because remember, Dvalin's been asleep this entire time, up until whatever happened that made him wake up. I don't remember if it's stated when exactly he woke up, because I have a feeling that with the 6 months prior to the game starting, there was a vial of the animal god's breath found in that domain that was raided. I'm using raided very loosely. And it's highly likely that that was what was used to wake Dvalin up by the Abyss Order. And then because obviously Dvalin is like poisoned and the Abyss Order is like nurturing that poison, he likely would have wanted somewhere as far away from civilization as he possibly could get without, so he took up Old Mondstadt, which is now known as Storm Terror's Lair. This is where the aristocracy was thwarted last, and obviously it is mentioned in the To That Travel Guide that Alice actually at one point, like this is obviously before Dvalin happened, but Dvalin woke up, but Alice had caused more destruction in this area so that it was easier to climb things and it looked more like a ruin than what it was at some point. Alice is unhinged. So a lot of the destruction here is likely caused by Alice instead of anything else.
Look, a wind current.
So
It might lead us to the top of the tower.
Yeah, before the Mondstadt that we know today, this was the city of Mondstadt before this one was erected. Which comes into play when you think of where's that ruin guard?
Is this an answer from this world?
The first field tiller, which should be just up here. Yeah, this guy. When you think of the story behind the first field tiller, and how there were all the like cannonballs essentially raining down on people, and people were terrified of it. Like, this was a city at one point. So there were people inhabiting this area, but obviously after this thing wandered out of Conria, it became very dangerous. Hard to say. This one was damaged during its fight with Lupus Boreas, but the fact that there's not many, but there are ruin guards in Mondstadt, of all places, when the entrance to Conria is in Sumeru, likely in this part of the desert, they went a long way to get to Mondstadt. So there is likely some form of connection, but I just don't know what it is. But there's also not many ruin guards. There's this one that's basically dead now. There's one more around here. There's the one in the Thousand Winds Temple. And there's one over here near where we start the game. I don't think there's any like ruin guards like actively wandering around past that in Mondstadt. No ruin guards in Natlan, and none in Fontaine either. It's like they got out of Conria and started heading west. And they're mostly in Liyue. There's some in Inazuma, which is quite the feat. But not many. And there's like 4 in Mondstadt. And then there's more in Dragonspine, because I'm not counting Dragonspine as Mondstadt, even though it is technically a part of Mondstadt. There's definitely more in Dragonspine as well. But yeah, it could definitely mean something. And like I've said in the past, I think our entrance to Nodcry might come from this area, considering there are those 3 Fatui that guard this area. And Mondstadt still needs its expansion, which I feel like can only go north from here. And it won't spread out this way. So I think Nodcry is going to have us go here and then up a little bit. Because you also got to remember that Snezhnaya is also very close to Fontaine. Because this is Fontaine, so Snezhnaya is probably like just up here. No, Nodcry's not tomorrow. Tomorrow we get Merjuvari stuff. We gotta wait another like 40 days for Nodcry.
Is this an answer from this world?
Oh, we can't advance any further. The ruins seem to be guarded by ancient seals.
We're probably gonna get like some little bits of Nodcry info from Inafa's quest, but I don't see us getting that much. Am I going to grasp on every tiny little detail we get? Yes.
Is this the work of Dvalin?
No. These ruins were once part of an ancient city. Dvalin just happens to be nesting in these ruins for now. These ruins even predate the existence of the Four Winds. Mondstadt is a city without a ruler. However, before it was ruled over by a tyrant. Anyway, I'll sing you that story when we have a chance in the future.
The markings on this seal. If my archaeological knowledge is not mistaken, this appears to be a light act.
Where'd his voice line go?
If we retrieve and reintegrate all the parts, we should be able to get it working.
We should be close to completing the ceremony for this actuator. Let's put the last part back and see.
I'll keep this close.
Looks like we're right. There are 3 more halos circling the tower.
Which means there are 3 more corresponding light actuators to activate. I can see one from here. The rest must be scattered within the ruins around here. Let's go find them.
Why did Dvalin pick a place filled with puzzles and seals as his lair? Doesn't he get annoyed coming back home?
He doesn't walk in. He flies in.
You do have a point.
Yeah, we did go over this. This is a repeat, it feels like. Which just like, why? Paimon again. We encountered some signs. Yeah, I just wrote Venti ends up reminding Paimon again that Dvalin flies in once we get to the top of the tower, which is suspicious. Suspicious that Paimon is forgetting. Alright, there's also a ruin guard down there as well, somewhere. Somewhere in that red there. Yeah, it is weird how her first thought is that Dvalin walks in instead of flies. Because she never walks. Obviously the shades do walk. So if one of them created her, maybe that's why she thinks like that, but it's a little suspicious.
Cool.
sorry.
Maybe I wasn't.
And there goes Traveler.
No escape.
Freeze.
Should I have healed Traveler before doing anything? Maybe.
Cool it.
Yeah, absorption test.
I must say, I despised Pyro Mages the most.
Freeze.
Animo test 6308.
Dodge this. Freeze.
Come on, Gaia, where's your ER?
Frozen in time.
I mean, I don't use New Blood that often. Only for Abyss.
Wow, this light
And I can always
ceremony
put in
does
a
work magic.
character that actually
Looks like
works
one of the
against
three heroes
Cryo.
above has now become solid ground. Let's start looking
But
the
for
next puzzle.
this, at this point in the game, I really despise Pyro Abyss Mages. Is the Oculus up? Yeah, it's up. Okay. We'll get the Oculi later. We're gonna just take a quick little pit stop over here. And next one.
It seems two of the halos have become solid ground. One more and the seals at the top of the tower will be broken.
Ye- Okay, I don't. Thank you. I took way too much effort to get an Oculus. Gonna need these. we go.
What's the hurry?
Where am I? I've suddenly lost somewhere I am. Oh, there we go. Suddenly lost my way.
Cool it.
Got our lore accurate traveler here with the prototype rank.
Windblade.
Is this an answer from this world?
Nope. Don't need to fight you. There. Oh, no. Don't climb the tree, Lumine. What are you doing? I must say, the sound on that is very satisfying.
It's done! Paimon thinks we should venture onward from here.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a ton in the desert, which makes sense, considering the entrance to Conria is in Sumeru, likely is in the desert, in that one area in the desert. That's underground. But yeah. I mean, Inazuma does have one or two ruin graders. But they're quite rare. Yeah. Their direction definitely was heading towards bare minimum Mondstadt. But some of them didn't make it. We'll have to wait and see when Shneshnaya releases, or even Nutcry, if they headed anywhere in that direction, but
I'm thinking about turning these adventures into songs after we're done.
well, we certainly have gone through quite a lot recently.
Hopefully this song will be sung for years to come by the people of Mondstadt, just like the legend of Vanessa.
I have loved that song since I was small. How are you feeling today, Honorary Knight? I am completely prepared and fully confident that we can do this.
Rest assured, I am also completely prepared with my unleveled artifacts.
Even Master Diluc accompanied us to the very end. Despite only being an accidentally involved bystander.
You shared your secret with me, and I only returned your trust to the same extent.
So trust is what drove Master Diluc here. Responsibility is what drove Master Jean here. What about you, Venti?
It's freedom.
Freedom?
When you first arrived at Mondstadt, did no one tell you that Mondstadt is the city of freedom?
I'll point to it on the map of. I think I know what which one you're talking about.
Child of freedom.
I mean, no, there's also the one in the Thousand Winds Temple.
Mondstadt is a romantic city without the reign of a king.
And actually inside Storm Terror's lair.
And its citizens enjoy the most freedom amongst the 7 nations.
Yeah, it's activated.
I hope the dragon
It's roaming around inside the temple only, though.
No one should have deceived him by telling him that Mondstadt betrayed him.
I know this world inside and out.
And no one should have told him that it was his eternal duty to protect the city. He has the right and freedom to choose his own way of life.
Yeah, most are deactivated and only activated upon motion.
Venti?
Well then, traveler, may the thousands of years of wind that have blown through just like the last time, I shall channel animal energy for you.
I knew it was your voice I heard.
No wonder you said his voice sounds familiar.
Oh, look here. But yeah, there's one like over here-ish. There's another one here. Yeah. There's another one here that walks along this path here. Back and forth. And then there's the one in the Thousand Winds Temple. Now, there is some kind of significance about the one in the Thousand Winds Temple. Because that temple was erected for Istaroth as well as Venti, as we know from reading one of the books. And this is Old Mondstadt, so... And Venti had a hand in getting people unoppressed from the old regime in Old Mondstadt. And then you could argue that this leads out towards the new Mondstadt, where Venti is praised with his statue that's right here. But in Mondstadt, I think there's one that's deactivated and activates upon motion, and then there's the first field tiller that will not work anymore. It no longer powers up.
Look, there are 2 shiny spots
Alright.
on Dvalin's back. They appear to be poisonous blood clots that have coagulated on his wounds. The Abyss Order must have cursed the wounds. That's what's corrupting Dvalin's mind. To save Dvalin, we're going to have to get rid of those blood clots. Aim for those blood clots.
Yes, in this not exactly the easiest to control flight simulator.
Dvalin is getting away, but I'm familiar with his tactics. Just hold on a bit longer.
We are using Animo. We're using power lent to us by Venti as well. Venti's keeping us up in the air, but we are using Animo. We don't use our light power until leeway.
I'll extract and condense the pure Animo from the shots being fired. Shattering them will create acceleration currents. I can't control where they will appear, so keep your eyes peeled.
No, I almost missed that. Come on, Venti. Where's your things? Where's your cluster of Animo energy? Shit. There we go.
I'm sorry this is hurting you. Now we can fight Dvalin on equal grounds. The grandest bard is here to help. But first, let me be clear. Even after hundreds of years without use, Dvalin's teeth and claws are still very dangerous. Go, Baron!
Why did I even...
Now is our chance. Aim for the tainted blood clot on his neck.
You got it, Vince.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I don't have time to climb that.
Brace yourselves. Platinum Finale Termini.
This dragon has strange taste when it comes to naming things.
I named it for him just now.
Seriously?
Well, anyway, let's ride the wind currents and stay away from the breaking platforms. The energy flooding out from the fissures will be hot. Be sure to watch your step.
Stand clear.
Get him! Now is our chance. Aim for the tainted blood clot on his neck.
Wait a second, I gotta climb up here.
Enhanced Anima Module 70. No one escapes my sights.
Freeze!
Let's play. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, brace yourself. Be gone.
Now is our chance. Aim for the tainted blood clot on his neck.
Yes, Fenty, I know.
Time for takeoff. Let's play.
This place is gonna collapse.
It's been a while since we flew like this together. Huh, Dvalin?
Just now. Why? Why did you not ask me to protect you like the last time?
Me not wanting you to listen to the Abyss Order doesn't mean that you have to listen to me. Freedom, if demanded of you by an Archon, is really no freedom at all.
Is this the power of the Animo Archon? But I am no longer part of the Four Winds.
Even if that's so, you still protected us regardless. Now spread your wings of freedom and go with my blessing.
And so, the Storm Terror threat was quelled. I clarified the misunderstanding to the citizens of Mondstadt and let them know that they are safe. To them, it seems Storm Terror attacked Mondstadt out of nowhere and then vanished just as quickly. They must be finding the whole ordeal very confusing.
However, winds change their course. Someday, they will blow towards a brighter future.
I have some thoughts about a few lines. One day later.
You guys are back.
Well,
The
let
honorary
Amber
knight
finish
returns
talking first.
triumphant.
Okay. So, you know how Venti releases a slight cluster of wind and then it goes into Dvalin and he says, is this the power of the Anima Archon? It sounds like he's almost a bit shocked. Like Venti's stronger than he remembers almost. Stronger or weaker. I'm gonna assume stronger because as time has gone on, the people of Mondstadt's belief has strengthened, and so I believe Venti is stronger. And then the other line is it could have been healing. And then the other line is during Jean's line, and then Venti finishes the line of winds. Oh god. Winds can change their course. And when you connect that to the Istaroth, and time, it's almost as if he's saying winds can change the course of time, change outcomes, possibly. I don't know. So I'm obviously going to write these down. Animal Archon. Right. And then change their course from Venti. Yeah, it could be that, and literally what I'm writing is could allude to Istarath having him change our course through time and sending us anywhere but Snishnaya. Where we likely would have gone first without his intervention. And possibly died there. Yeah. There we go. Good grief. We are just finishing. Okay, we're just finishing. Actually, like, we're not done Act 3, but we're just finishing the prologue to this game. And, like, these are the notes. Can I see my mouse at some point? There we go. So, like, these are all the notes. It's a lot. Shikai would be proud. I think I'm the only one that I know not a lot of people have like literally replayed through the game a lot, and so they do miss out on a lot of these things. Yeah. This account is purely to add to all of these notes. And so that's what we're doing.
Yep, we're back from tussling with Dvalin.
You just returned yesterday, right? Jean got back first, and she told us all about your heroic deeds.
I wonder if I'll ever get an opportunity like that.
That doesn't come into it. You guys deserve all the credit for how you resolved this crisis. When I brought you into the city that day, I was just doing my duty as an outrider.
You're welcome. But have you been waiting for us here this whole time?
Of course not. Just because I'm not out on the front line doesn't mean I don't have work to do. In fact, I'm dealing with the aftermath of the crisis as we speak.
Aftermath? Here? What happened in Mondstadt?
While Master Jean was away, the monsters lurking nearby made a coordinated attack on the city. Fortunately, we weren't completely taken by surprise. I detected the Hilly Churls were moving closer to the city a while back.
Oh yeah! Paimon remembers. When we first met, you were clearing out one of their camps.
Exactly. And if we hadn't started making preparations back then, Mondstadt would be in much greater danger by now.
Why would the Hilichurls do this?
I know. It's strange. Hilly Churls aren't usually capable of coordinating like this. Our best guess is that the Abyss Order is behind it.
They've taken over the Hilly Churls? Good thing we saved Dvalin, or they might have taken him too.
That's right. And since I'm the Outrider, it's up to me to keep eyes on the Abyss Order from now on. I'm sorry. You should be celebrating your victory, not listening to all this somber talk. I promised to take you out for some sticky honey roast, didn't I? Before everyone got caught up in the Storm Terror crisis. There's no time like the present, right? You guys hungry?
You bet! You may have forgotten till just now, but it's been on Paimon's mind this whole time.
Awesome, let's go! It's been way too long since I last ate a sticky honey roast myself. Wait for me at Good Hunter. I'll be right there. I just have to clean up here real quick.
It is interesting that the Abyss Order would have coordinated an attack on Mondstadt while we were dealing with the Dvalin crisis. Because what is the purpose? What did the Abyss Order want with Mondstadt City? That is true. It is something to note down. Yet another thing to add to the notes. Possibly. Abyss Order. A coordinated attack while we were Dvalin in Storm Terror's lair. There's lair. The question is why does it have to do with Varka's reference to Mondstadt and the moon, or something else? Get me. Alright. Also, love how Timmy's just here. When there's clearly a reason to be inside the city, he's still on the bridge.
Ta-da!
Look at that, I can claim Barbara.
Barbara! Ta-da!
Oh god.
Hello!
Jimmy's the one organizing it. Clearly. He is the true final boss of Genshin.
Here we go. This is it. Crisis, danger, the thrill of adventure.
I love the very thick accent that's on Cyrus.
Adventurers Guild! Finally, our days of rescuing kittens and finding lost puppies are over. The age of adventure is upon us. Roll up, youngsters. Join the Adventurers Guild today. In this time of great upheaval, we must rally together, take on the dragon, and save our great city of Mondstadt.
Yeah, about that.
What? The Storm Terror threat is resolved? I missed the acting Clanmaster's speech? Storm Terror should have put up more of a fight. We didn't get to join in.
Oh my god, Cyrus. Hey, Nimrod.
Long live the heroes. Thank you. It's finally over. Many trade routes have closed due to the Storm Terror incident. We can cope for now without fresh fruit and vegetables. But if the wine supply dries up, we're all doomed.
Yep. Mondstadt. It's basically just wine.
I cannot imagine a world without wine. I hope they get the trade routes back up and running soon.
There's probably a reason Mondstadt's full of drunkards, I'm just gonna say.
So Storm Terror's true identity is Dvalin, one of the Four Winds. We never should have forgotten his past sacrifice for Mondstadt. Every cloud has a silver lining. We're fortunate that our relationship with the Dragon of the East didn't sour past the point of no return. For that, we have you to thank. And Jean for her unfailing devotion. As long as we have the Knights of Favonius, peace and freedom will prevail in Mondstadt.
And Kaya.
Definitely be something that catches your eye.
Greetings. May I take your order?
Why so cold? I've always thought that we enjoy quite the intimate friendship.
Oh, I didn't see you there.
It seems your great battle sharpened not only your combat skills, but your wit as well. A knight after my own heart. To bask in the presence of Mondstadt's new big hero is quite the morale boost. And that's coming from a knight.
Sweet-talking, sugar-coated Captain Kaya.
Nonsense. I speak from the heart.
What are you plotting this time?
Me? Nothing. On the contrary, I'm trying to work out what others are plotting. That's why I'm here. Somewhere quiet, where I can collect my thoughts.
So what you thinking about then?
The Abyss Order. A dragon wreaks havoc in Mondstadt, and the acting Grand Master leaves the city to combat the threat. Strategically, that's the perfect moment for the Abyss Order to make their move. If you were the Abyss Order, would you squander this golden opportunity by sending in nothing more than a few hilly churls?
You're right, it doesn't add up.
To get to the bottom of it, I decided to wait. So I waited, and watched for their next move. Then came the day you made all hell break loose in Storm Terror's lair. Just as the hilly churls' cries sounded from the city gates, that same day, I saw shadowy figures lurking in the city itself.
Okay, Kaya, you're giving me stuff to work with.
Inside the city?
Well, all the other knights were outside, fighting the enemy. As you can imagine, that left the inside of the city completely unguarded. Except for me, of course. And so I approached the Abyss Order infiltrators for a bit of, let's call it fraternizing. Through various means, I managed to gather some rather interesting intel. The situation is this. The Abyss Order, they are united under a single leader.
Well, yeah, we know about that.
This order has a leader?
Yes. And it was this very leader who devised the plot to turn Dvalin into a weapon of war.
What exactly did you have to do to find this out?
Let's just say I'm blessed with certain linguistic powers. There's more. The Abyss Order has a name for this leader. They call him the Prince.
Prince.
Now, I'm sorry to cut this intelligence briefing short, but I do believe I spy Amber heading this way. I think she's still angry with me for my absence from the defense effort during the attack. I'd better slip away before she notices me.
One minute I see Kaya, the next he slipped away. Clear sign of a guilty conscience.
There's a lot behind the scenes.
Are you sure? Because that sounds like exactly what he'd say to talk himself out of trouble. But let's forget about him. I worked super hard today, and my tummy's rumbling. Let's order. Hi, Sarah. 1 sticky honey roast, please. It's been getting quite busy recently. So, now the Storm Terror threat is behind us. What are your plans for the next step?
Paimon thinks it's time to leave Mondstadt and keep looking through the 7 nations until we find clues about her brother.
Okay, leave my... So Paimon doesn't mention Liu.
Oh, well, I guess this is goodbye for now. Hey, don't feel down. You'll always be a friend of the Knights of Avonius, and our honorary knight. Wherever you may go, and wherever the wind may blow.
Let the wind lead.
That's the spirit. Remember, Mondstadt will always welcome you. All right, now let's eat before it gets cold.
That was good. Note to Paimon, Amber's recommendations are worth the wait.
Of course. Well, I don't trust myself in the kitchen. You can always trust me with the menu. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Jean's waiting for you at the cathedral. It's something to do with the Holy Lyre de Himmel. You'd better head there now.
Time to see Barbara's crash out. Wow, look at that. Oh my god. I heard you. Albert. This man that literally sucks. Creepiest person in Genshin.
This is Barbara, the deaconess of the church. She is
Also
here to
your
retrieve
sister.
The Holy Lyre de Himmel.
May the Animo Archon protect you. I'm not really in a position to speak compared to our acting Grand Master,
But I still want to thank you all on behalf of all of Mondstadt for your assistance. Fortunately, everything was resolved peacefully. I can't imagine how an all-out war between the military and the dragon would have ended.
Now the Fatui have no choice but to keep their mouths shut. They must be annoyed that things didn't turn out as planned for them. This time, they even lost their best excuse to pressure the Knights of Favonius. Diplomatically speaking, they gained nothing, and on the contrary, simply proved just how vexatious they can be.
Sounds like quite the story. So, did you bring the Holy Lyre with you?
Yeah.
I cannot ask you to keep defending the lyre forever. The Seneschal has been pressing me for a while now.
We, did bring it with us. It's a little...
Oh, don't worry. I'm not here to collect rent. The church has always received special funding. The Holy Lyre! Lord Barbados! Even if I atone for these sins for the rest of my life, it would still not be enough!
Oh, give it here.
How could this Holy Lyre, but how?
Huh? Let Paimon see!
No. I don't know how you managed to fix it, but you'll never touch the lyre again!
We, really should get going. That trick I used to repair the Holy Lyre. I mean, the magic I used isn't going to hold forever, you know.
What? Death Bard! Hey, don't go!
I like how Jean's even terrified of, of the reaction. Alright, here it is. It's likely magic that's specific to... He could have done a temporary time reversal on it.
At last, Mondstadt's rodent ruler in the flesh. Scurrying through the streets looking for leftovers? Mondstadt calls this a god?
Resident rodent beats invasive vermin.
Don't you dare speak back to me, insolent bard. Absentee Archon of Mondstadt. How impotent you've become.
That smirk you wear looks out of place. Did you steal it from your master's face?
Should have held your tongue. So, this is a gnosis. Wouldn't be caught dead wearing this ugly thing in public.
Beauty is a waste when the beholder has no taste.
Venti!
Well, we have what we came here for. Come, before our dear Favonian friends arrive. Leave nothing for them to find.
After much time has passed.
Honorary Knight, you're awake.
Yeah. One moment. I have things to write down. Alright, so Venti's quote unquote magic. Venti. The magic he used to repair the Holy Lyre could be something unrelated from his animo powers. And could be because yeah, it is pretty likely that it's some sort of time reversal. To a temporary time reversal. I love how I misspelled Venti's name. I did Vanti with an A instead of an E. Temporary time reversal. Spell that Isteroth may have given him. And the wind we see is just a trick to make us think it's a part of his animo abilities. Alright. Next one. Venti was too easily beaten and showcased easily beaten by Signora when only the top 3 harbingers are meant to have power to rival the gods. Signora is 8th, right? Yeah, 8th. Yeah, 8th in the lineup and should not have had that much power over him to begin with. He also didn't use much of his power and only did anything for appearances. Brackets to trick the traveler into being more cautious of the Fatui. Maybe? Alright. Here's our additions. Here's our additions. God. Yeah, essentially what I did was Venti's magic that he used to repair the Holy Lyre could be something unrelated from his animo powers and could be tied to a temporary time reversal spell that Istrath may have given him. And the wind we see is just a trick to make us think it's part of his animo abilities. Venti was too easily beaten by Signora when only the top 3 harbingers are meant to have the power to rival the gods, and Signora is 8th in the lineup and should not have had that much power over him to begin with. He also didn't use much of his power and only did anything for appearances. Why? To trick the traveler into being more cautious of the Fatui, maybe? Yeah. Lots of things. Like the what planet are we on option here?
I wouldn't say he's alright, exactly. I found you lying unconscious outside the cathedral and used my elemental powers to heal you. That bard awakened first, but strangely, my healing powers had almost no effect on him. This is the first time I've encountered such a patient. But he just said, it's completely normal, and then got up and left the cathedral.
He left? Already? Where'd he go?
The symbol of Mondstadt's hero. That's what he said. I wanted to stop him, but Jean, I mean, Master Jean, said to let him leave. How strange.
I understand.
Paimon remembers Venti healing under that tree before. It's probably due to the connection between Windrise and the animal Archon. Master Jean has figured it out as well, but we can't tell Barbara.
Yeah, there's not many in Fontaine or Nalin. There's definitely a reason for it. Okay. Why did I go this way? I'm gonna pay a visit to Catherine, collect my adventure rank rewards that I've gotten.
Ad Astra Abyssop. Ad Astra.
Yeah, the assistant mages. Yeah. There's definitely a pattern with it. I don't know the exact pattern, but there's a pattern.
The wind amongst the branches is good. I love the way it smells. I said the exact same thing last time. Why do I only say these things when I'm down on my luck?
So, what is a gnosis?
So you noticed.
Of course I noticed, buddy.
This isn't something I'm meant to discuss with ordinary people. But I suppose I can let you in on the secret.
And why is that?
As you know, visions are external magical foci that only a small minority of people possess. They use these visions to channel elemental power. In truth, every wielder of a vision is one who can attain godhood and ascend to Celestia. We call such people Allogenes.
Allogenes? Paimon's never heard of them before.
Yeah, and this is more opportunities to write things down. Venti calls vision bears Allogenes, and it is never mentioned again. As far as I can remember. Alright.
That's because this is a secret that only Archons are privy to. We don't need primitive tools like visions. Instead, each Archon has an internal magical focus that resonates directly with Celestia itself, known as a gnosis.
What about the thing hanging off? Okay, we are just going to... Venti refers to a gnosis as an internal magical focus that resonates directly with Celestia. Is that something to note?
It's just a glowing glass ball I carry around to avoid suspicion.
Huh.
So who was that nasty woman who sent Paimon flying and stole your gnosis?
Her name is Signora, number 8 of the Harbingers. She and the rest of the Harbingers have been given godlike executive authority by the Tsaritsa of Snezhnaya, and with it, strength surpassing that of other mortals.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she should have been able to take your gnosis from you so easily, buddy.
The Tsaritsa of Snezhnaya? Isn't that...
Indeed. She is one of the 7. The Tsaritsa who reigns from the Zeppeljärni Palace, and the one person that the Fatui Harbingers all answer to. The 7 don't always get along well, but still. I never thought that she would plot to steal another Archon's gnosis.
Sort of god is the Tsaritsa.
How should I put this? 500 years ago, I knew her well, but I can't say the same is true now. You see, a certain catastrophe happened 500 years ago, and after that, she cut off all ties with me.
So something I'm finding interesting is the specific camera angle that we've got going on here. Has it changed to be behind the camera being behind Venti instead of us? It's entirely possible that at the angle we're looking at is maybe, and this might be stretching things, maybe showing the exact direction that Snezhnaya will be in. Because, like, we're not, like... It's just a weird angle. And also, it feels like it's a way to hide Venti's face from us. As the player. To be behind him instead of the traveler. This could be a way to hide Venti's face from the player, or a way to allude to the exact direction of Snezhnaya. Pretty sure I spell Snezhnaya differently every single time, but that's fine. So much.
But we can save discussion of the Cryo Archon and the Fatui for another day.
Venti's deflection. Talks of the cataclysm being why the Saritsa cut ties with him and immediately changes the subject. As a promise for a later discussion. Alright.
If you seek the rest of the Seven, many difficulties lie ahead of you still. You should head for Mondstadt's neighboring nation of Liyue. The Geo-Archon who reigns there, unlike me, administrates his entire region personally.
Yep, there we go. There's Venti, the first to mention Liyue to us and direct us there. In the opposite direction of Snezhnaya. That's there we go.
He only descends once every year to give his divine predictions, which set the direction for Liyue for the rest of that year.
Suspicious timing with the rite of dissension.
Even so, it sounds like he works much harder than a certain someone.
In any case, this year's Rite of Dissension is soon to begin. If you miss it, you'll just have to wait another year.
What? Oh, why didn't you tell us before? Well, then bye. We're going.
One moment, Windborn Outlander.
See, I personally think it's a way to both hide Venti's look from us as the player, and also to signify in what direction Snezhnaya is.
Yep. Traveler, as you set off on your journey once again, you must remember that the journey itself has meaning. The birds of Tevat, the songs in the cities, the Tsaritsa, her Fatui and the monsters, they are all part of your journey. The destination is not everything. So before you reach the end, keep your eyes open. Use the chance to take in the world around you.
Venti is the first to tell us to savor the journey and that the destination may not be everything we hope it could be. That's another note.
Great. So, that's that for the Animo Archon's admonishments. Back to Venti time. If you want to chat, now's the time. A bard stays not always in a single climb.
Dvalin?
Up till the end, Dvalin remembered his duty as one of the Four Winds. As such, I don't intend to forcibly strip him of that duty and force my ideals of freedom onto him. I just hope that Dvalin will be able to choose for himself and understand what freedom is. Before I became an Archon, I too was taught the meaning of freedom in this way by a friend. If you want to chat, now's the time. A bard stays not always in a single climb. Kaya shared some new intelligence, you say? Oh, I see. So, the Abyss Order has a prince who orchestrated the plan to corrupt Dvalin? They were probably trying to turn Dvalin into a weapon of war for the Abyss. But that said, I have never heard of any such prince of the Abyss Order.
So this is a recent development? It's not that recent a development, buddy.
I think so too. Apparently. But how does a prince come out of nowhere and take command over the entire Abyss Order? If you want to chat, now's the time. A bard stays not always in a single climb.
That Fatui lady didn't hang around, did she? She just grabbed your gnosis and left?
She wanted to avoid any eyewitnesses from the Knights of Favonius. The slightest slip-up here would have destroyed the Fatui's diplomatic relations with the Knights.
So they're just gonna keep acting like Mondstadt's allies as if nothing happened?
Of course.
If only the Seven Nations had banded together against the Abyss Order in the first place.
That's an interesting line from Venti. Yes. That was... Begin. Right. This line here, I just wrote in the notes. I quoted the line, but after that it's just, could this be referring to the cataclysm and the fact that while the Tsaritsa was present, she did not partake in any of the actual fighting, and something seemed to shift in her where she began to hate Celestia and want to wage a war against the heavenly principles.
The Fatui possess the strongest military among the Seven Nations, yet they've used it to steal the Holy Lyre, covet the power of gods, and use Dvalin as a bargaining chip against the Knights.
Speaking of the lyre, didn't Diluc say something like this before? He said that the Fatui can only run amok across the 7 nations and threaten the Knights because of the Harbingers.
Yes. As I said earlier, the Cryo-Archon has given them authority and strength beyond that of other mortals. The Tsaritsa... I haven't seen her in 500 years. What is she thinking? What's her plan? Whatever the answer is, I have a feeling it's only going to make your search for the 7 all the more difficult. If you want to chat, now's the time. A bard stays not always in a single climb. As I said before, vision wielders are known as allogenes and may ascend to Celestia. A gnosis is a higher order nexus of elemental manipulation and is emblematic of an Archon's status as one of the 7. But as for which of the 7 took your brother, I'm sorry, I don't know.
It's not even one of the 7.
Wait, as one of the 7, I'm not clear of suspicion yet either, am I?
You don't look like that god at all.
We're a great team indeed. Say, once you find your brother, how would you like to become one of the new 4 winds?
Why offer that? Why? That's my question. Hi, Flutter. Welcome back. Venti. Didn't. Suspicion. One that. And you didn't trust that he was clear of suspicion from being the one that took our sibling. Sus. All this time. Alright, and then this line, offer for us. In some capacity. Alright. These notes are getting longer and longer. Let's bring them into the line of stream. Look at this. Look at all this. And this is just a prologue. Ah. So much.
You don't seem too into it.
Damn.
Hey, Tone Deaf Bard! If being one of the 4 winds means wants free food, you can consider Paimon.
If you want to chat, now's the time. A bard stays not always in a single climb.
Alright. Um. If you're still here, I see, because it says add in progress. Did you still need any of these dialogue options? It's saying add in progress for me, so. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Everything we learned from Venti is always so weird.
Best be off to Liyue. If the dissension ritual you failed to tally, then another year you must dally.
Sends us off to Liyue. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Look at that. Completed. I need 7. Oh, no. No. Okay. With that, guess I should go talk to Catherine. She's gonna tell us to go to Liyue anyways. Actually. Marjorie, I have a few things I wanna take from you. Mostly that. But I'll also take this. Thank you.
Ad Astra Abyss.
Any new commissions? Greetings, adventurer. The tales of your deeds are known to all in Mondstadt. Continue in this fashion, you are destined to become one of the great adventurers of our age. Yeah, Liyue, Catherine. Yeah, I remember in my main account I got this quest when I was basically at this point. And I never went in this direction to get to Liyue. I went through Dragonspine's outer edge. I went this way. Because, you know, why do things the easy way? Alright. You know what, actually? Because this will lead me straight to Leeway anyways. Let's do this. Just to get it out of the way.
Windblade! Animo test 6308. Hey, go Baron Bunny! Ha!
Zine. Yeah, this isn't really worth reading. I just love how they put this quest in here specifically to lead people from Mondstadt to Leeway. To lead you in the correct direction. In Mondstadt, my allergies would be going off. Going haywire. All the dandelion seeds everyone throws around. Nope. Nope. Half my team is Animo. No.
I'll keep this close.
Because I know there's a rock wall up here.
Windblade!
What's funny is I could be doing Changling's little quest. But I'm choosing not to. Because I actually do have a few quests that I could do to rise my adventure rank a bit easier.
Opening a chest is like unwrapping a gift.
Nope. Nope. Not happening.
I'll race you there. Bet you can't keep up with me.
And there. Made it to Liyue. Oh, hi. She woke up. I don't wanna. Let's put it all there. Oh. Oh. It could. Here, I'll put that in the notes. I'll put that in the notes. Where did I put it? Yeah, it's the last one I put in. 4 wins. Brackets. That's it. Does it have something to do with Vanessa, who is / was one of the 4 wins? Ascending to Celestia. Oh, the waypoint. Gotta get the waypoint and the Oculus. There's our first Geoculus. There is a bunch of it that's filler. I do want to take a closer look at some of the lines he says, but a lot of it is just filler and fetch quest stuff. But we'll see as things go on. Since I have Sucrose to be my animal, I am going to put Traveler into Geo. Since we're in the land of Geo, we're gonna need it.
Did you just feel the power of Geo? Your connection to the elements is so different from the Vision Bearers. Seems like you can physically switch between elements. If so, then you just need to make an offering to a statue of the 7, and the elements will respond, just like they did in Mondstadt. We're now in Liyue, which is She's ruled over by the Geo-Archon. That's why the statues here look a bit different. If you ever miss using your animal powers, you can just get them back from a statue of the Seven in Mondstadt.
Yes. Okay. Alright. Kate Medusa, can I just, like, put you back on the floor again? Alright. Yeah, there is a lot of it that's... that's gonna be filler. But I feel like there might be some other stuff that's not filler in there. Maybe not from Zhongli. Maybe some of it's gonna be from Child. But it's always worth scrutinizing.
Freeze!
Animal hypostasis emulation. Animal test 6308. Chests appearing out of thin air? This needs research.
There we go. He doesn't. They're all dead. He doesn't need help. He's just scared of a dog.
Is this an answer from this world?
Starfall!
I remember all the times I didn't want to switch my Traveler to Geo to get that Oculus. So I tried to cheat my way through it. As in, I had my stamina at least high enough where I would just glide from somewhere up there. I just don't like switching out Traveler's elements too often, and at the time, especially for my main account, the only animo I had for my main account for a really long time was Traveler. Hey, look. Time wasting, that's my specialty. And look at all those primos. Anyways, off to Wangshu Inn. We gotta make it to Liyue. Oh, I'm gonna get distracted on my way there, so it doesn't matter too much. Considering I have to be a higher AR anyways to start the next Archon quest.
I'm all grown up now.
Yeah. Essentially, yes. I do have Zhangling's quest. I have Lisa's, and then I have Diluc's, and then also there's Razor's. And then you have to be AR-23 to do the next Archon quest. Yeah, this is essentially what ended up making me stop playing after like the first day. Because it locked me out of quests with adventure rank. When I first started playing Genshin. That's why I went on a 2-month hiatus. Because at the time, I didn't really want to do that much exploration. I just wanted story. I also do need to go do my dailies still, but you know, I don't even know what the dailies are that I have to complete right now. Oh, hi, Abyss Mage.
Starfall! A reward on the road.
But you know what? That's why we get distracted. There's a way for me to climb up here, right? Without me doing a quest? Pretty sure that does work, but... However, there's things to get.
Another target tracked down by Outrider Amber.
Imagine all the people who take the elevator up and then never come up here, come on these stairs, and then they miss that chest. They do. Am I done with Jazine's nonsense? And I feel like was a slightly pointless quest to put in the game. Let me finish with it. Finally. Cool.
I'll race you there.
Now I need to head in that direction. Well, I got Amber actively out.
Stand clear. Drop.
A reward on the road.
Get all these apples.
Can you stop copying me, please?
Oh. Oh yeah. I love these two NPCs. And how Alice literally fucked with Echo.
Can you stop copying me, please?
Yeah, I think it's this guy that gives us the information. Hello, traveler. Do you need help with anything? What's bothering you? Isn't it obvious? That guy keeps imitating everything I say. It's driving me nuts. Why does he imitate you? He used to speak with a stutter until a few years ago. Until a traveler called Alice came along and gave him a bottle of medicine. It cured his stutter completely, but then he couldn't stop imitating the way everyone around him speaks. Yeah, so,
That's what I said. So can you stop copying me, please?
this man used to have a stutter. Now he does not. However, he has to copy everyone else around him. All because of Alice. Alice has done some real messed up things in certain aspects. She's a bit of a troll. Yeah, I'd say so. Cause she's the reason Storm Terror's lair looks the way it is now, cause she felt like it didn't look destroyed enough. So she destroyed it further to make it easier to climb. She messed with Echo. She literally threw hilichurls from Windrise to see if they would make it to Celestia. Make it to Celestia. Like the things she's done. There's a reason Klee is the way she is. I'm gonna say that much right now. Why? Hello?
Drop.
A reward on the road.
Making our way to Liyue Harbor. I must say, when you first get to Liyue, it does look pretty impressive. Though Baishu's Pharmacy is still in an awkward spot for considering the fact that people who are sick go there, and then they have to climb so many stairs. There's not a chest up there. I thought there was. Thought I remembered a chest being there. Maybe I'm wrong. Somewhere else entirely. Could be. Off to Catherine. As this is what I've been doing this entire time. Trying to get to Catherine. Yeah, Mondstadt is definitely more of a setup than anything else. And there's...
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
There's a reason that if we think that Venti and Istarath are messing with the timeline and changing the course of events by changing where we go, it's highly likely that in the original timeline, because of how events unfold in Mondstadt, we were meant to go to Snezhnaya, but we weren't ready at that point. So then Istarath had to rewind time, go back in time, get Venti to send us elsewhere until we were ready to go to Snezhnaya. Because at this point, we are very weak in lore of the game. We are extremely weak. Look at that, anyway. Let's stick with Mondstadt though. Alright. Now, with that, because I do need to go to bed very soon, I'm going to end stream here.